What's up, Carl? Thanks for sharing. One sec. Just making sure. We're all set here. What's up, everybody? I'm Mr. Glasgow. This is Mr. Glasgow TV. It is Wednesday, April 17th, 2019, and we're going to play some more Sekiro Shadows Die 5 bajillion times. But no, we're having fun. How many? I have 3 kids. Is that what you're asking? Yeah, we're gonna do it. I feel it. Yesterday we got all the way to the 4. It's hard to say if we count each stock or we count the first and second phase and then count the stocks per phase, and then maybe there's another phase. So we got through the dude, I forget his name. I call him the Ashina General dude. We got to the 3rd and last stock of Ishin, his grandfather, and I got some ideas. Apparently I have to use his lightning against him, but I'm also wondering, what if you stand in the field where the lightning strikes? Can you jump, collect the lightning, and throw it at him? And then maybe the last phase isn't as hard as you think. If you fight him straight up, it's probably terrifying, but if you could just collect all the lightning that's striking everywhere else and shoot him with it, maybe that's the way to go. We shall see. We shall see. I'm not sure if everyone's dying of dragon rot, but wouldn't be surprised. I guess we can check on them. My go-to dragon rot cure guy is over here. It looks like he has a steady supply, even though you can only buy and carry one at a time.
Any more business with me, friend?
Looks like I have one.
Until next time, friend.
Let me just safety cure. No one's afflicted, okay. What a nice guy. I was gonna safety cure people, but they seem to be fine. Alright. Let's pray on it. Boom. Do we need a warm up, or do we just go straight? Let's just jump straight in. There we go.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Ow! Ow! Ah! Okay. It's a warm up. It's warm up. That one doesn't count. It has begun. Loosen up here. Unseed 8 already coming through. Skirt.
I will restore Ashina to glory. allow Ashina to be crushed.
Almost did that a little bit too early. Jump at me. Almost got me, dude. As I said, perfect first phase. Okay, it's not bad for a start. Like I said, that first one didn't count. Yeah, Sekiro. Ishin, man, I've been learning your techniques. You're cool. You seem like a cool guy on paper. Why do we have to beef? Why do we have to fight here? You should look to me as your son or grandson. Or since I'm so short, maybe even great grandson. Ah! Ow! I want to heal. I thought I could safety heal after his attack there. Die!
Oh, my blood boil! Taste me, Sekiro!
Dang it. Alright, here we go. Second stock. No! Have to wait for those, basically. No, dude! What is the range on that attack? What? Ah! So the key is to keep mid-distance, not too close, so he doesn't start messing you up with his sword, not too far away, so he starts shooting and jumping with a wide. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I side dashed some of those spear attacks. So, but for the second try, I feel like getting that far for the second try, that's a good sign for tonight. I just gotta do something about that jump attack. I have to bait that.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
It offers me one of the better opportunities.
I will not
Neutral.
allow Ashina to be crushed.
Neutral super hit or super poke, huh? Gonna throw me off already. I didn't even do that! I did not do that move. My buttons are sticking or something. It's gonna jump in because I healed. Why am I doing that attack? I'm not pressing those buttons. You have to press 2 buttons to do that special attack. And it's acting like I do it.
Count Sekiro.
Yeah, Sekiro. So, not too bad. Not too good. We can heal here. So we have no more pellets. But we have 8 gourds, full health. Interesting. Neutral. Super. Waste. Okay. Knock him off. Perfect, relatively perfect second stock or first stock.
Oh, my blood.
Ah! He's messing me up. Okay. Can heal while he pulls that out of his butt. Stay mid distance. Excuse me, can you? Oh my god, I'm spamming block here. And then I can't heal. Okay, wait. Maybe I'm dashing too much to the side. I should be dashing to the, I should be dashing to the, Ah! Okay. Okay. Thought he was gonna poke there, but alright. I need to heal. How am I not dodging that?
Hesitation is defeat.
No. Your stupid hitbox of your spear is defeat. If I dodge too early, he tracks you in the air. If I dodge too late, for obvious reasons, he just hits me while I'm dodging. So when do I dodge? So I can't dodge too much to the side because of the tracking. So if I dodge into him and then slightly to the side, I think that's the way to do it. But so I can't do this. I gotta do like this. If I dodge straight at him, I'll just get hit by the pole. I feel like even more important than that, I need to find a safe way to heal. Because I feel like one of my earliest lessons I learned in this game is if you can't fight a boss or anybody else in the game and find a safe way to heal, you're kind of doomed
I will restore
from the start.
Ashina to glory.
And I don't ever feel comfortable saving or, ow, like this guy. I can heal with this guy. He's a pain sometimes, especially with the arrow. Because he'll jump like that every time and they'll shoot arrows in your back while you're running away for safety. This is a good time to heal with him too. Which makes him jump, which is nice. How does that beat? He'll jump.
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
This controller has got to be bugged. Alexa,
Sorry for interrupting.
stop. Heal, heal, heal.
Count Sekiro.
I have time to heal here. So I couldn't do. I break that so I don't run into it and get stuck on it. Find a safe place to heal. A safe place to heal with second stock Ishin might be around the rocks, using the rocks as a pick and move. But I don't like that because I don't like being around the rocks. Thanks for the host from a hamburger. Nice. A hamburger, sorry. Also, nice. On the mixer there. Shasha! Shasha! I was lazy with holding my... Guess I heal here. Stop walking! Face me. Oh god. Shashua! Okay. There we go. Did we figure out a safe place to save or heal? I could just ignore his jump and only wait for the poke like this. And basically only wait for that. And I gotta have to die. Oh god, rock. Dang it. Oh god. I risk this. Losing him, I lose him to the stupid camera. Camera doesn't want to hold. Poke me. One jump. There's that. Here's the poke. Oh god! Excuse me, sir. Aha, he's the rock. Oh god! It's not safe. I parried that with the elevation. This is why I hate the elevation changes. I play over there by the bridge. Excuse me? Oh god. So that's why I don't want to ever attack. I thought I was out of range. I don't want to ever attack because sometimes it's inconsistent with when he tanks your attacks. Oh no, I'm out. I don't think this is the one, but yeah, ouchie. Just need to learn his. Just gotta learn him. That's an attack opportunity. I need to know the difference between that attack opportunity and the one where he instantly recovers. I need to recover my. Stop. God damn it. Damn it! I want to learn! Stop going in on me, I'm trying to learn you. Okay. What do we learn? Wait till he looks at the ground, okay. I'm trying to watch his arm movements, but they're so extravagant. And like, you know, he lowers one arm to raise another, and it looks like it should be easily read, but it's like deceiving. But yeah, I'm just not doing a good job of recognizing what's what.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Like, I'm pretty sure there are even guides out there where they like have recognizable stances. It's like if he looks like this. Okay. We can use pellets here. You can switch attacks. Stop! That's not what I want to do there. Why is it doing this? Okay. We only used one pellet there, and we got the heal off of his death blow to be full health here. So it's not terrible. First phase. Not perfect. Doing pretty decent job of holding this guy down around the bridge here. Just once he brings out that spear, I dodge that, sir. Ah! Okay, we could maybe heal with 2 pellets here to full battle health. Stay aggressive and attack. But that's the thing, I want to. Like with this guy, I think I actually can. I'm not confident enough, and that lack of confidence is my downfall. But when he takes out the spear, sometimes he'll just eat an attack, and then that's it. It starts That's the first domino in the 2 stacks of dominoes till I'm dead. Oh, during this, okay. But when he does stuff like that, it's like, how do you then? I guess can you be so aggressive that he doesn't do that move though? Oh my god. Yes. Interesting. I guess so, right? What is going on? Let's try it. Ow. Ow. Trying to attack. I'm trying to be aggressive. Be aggressive. It's not working. Stay close. I'm trying. And that's the other thing. When he does that, I've never been able to parry it. When he does that poke, I've never been able to parry it properly. Counter it. So that's his answer for my aggressiveness. Can't always sidestep it. Can't jump it. God. I have to learn brand new timing. Yeah, I've never been able to Mercury counter it. I've tried to even just do it. Do the thing. Press the wrong button. Can you Mercury counter that? I don't know if you can. And does the direction you press matter with Mercury counters, or is just pressing it neutral? Ow. Okay. Then I don't know what direction to press. Yeah, heal me for full health. Oh, that's not enough. Okay, aggressive.
How my blood boils. Haste me.
Oh, do I jump on him? Do I jump on him to get it off? Forward. Okay. Do I resurrect here? I don't want to. I don't want to waste this resurrection that I have stored. Forward. Basically, it looks like the direction. Is it the direction of his attack? Like if his sword is coming at me, then I press forward dash. If his sword is coming from the side, can I press side dash? So I just assume that it can only be done with poking attacks. I've never
I will restore Ashina
tested.
to glory.
Yes and no. I had a feeling. It was like weird.
to be crushed.
Like neutral. Why is it doing that? Neutral dash gets the counter. Like for this one, right? I don't press any direction. That's typically how I've been doing it. Oh wait, I want some of this action. Blah! So play. I have the key. You get the key from the woman.
I was powerless, but Gran. Count Sekiro.
After the boy's been taken, though. Yeah, I try to keep things simple with only Mercurial counting thrusts also. Except I guess his sword thrust. Spear thrust you could neutral counter. Ultra aggressive thrust you could neutral counter, but maybe sword thrust you have to press forward. Like I should counter that, but I feel like I get free hits there, and he does the same thing every time. Oh god! I dashed back instead. Thanks for following. Play. I think I'm gonna stick with, at least with this one, I'm so consistent with just slow playing this stock, as annoying as it might be to get to the other stocks. I think I'm gonna stick with that for this, but I feel like I obviously have to do something different for my other stock. Ah! He pinned me against the corner of the wall. Oh my god, I can heal though. Sir. I'm wasting all my heals on you. I need them for the... Thanks for, oh god. Starzelon! I don't know why I'm getting double. I'm trying to turn off the old manual Facebook one. Motivation. Appreciate it. Oh, I'm surprised you didn't do your Uber attack. You have slightly elevated ground. Now I have the high ground. Wait for lightning. I wanted to try also, can you jump? Can you just go to the field where there's electric falling from the sky and then manually grab one of those? Or you only have to counter his? I'm tempted to try it. Because then that's just like free lightning attacks. Maybe it's not supposed to be as hard as we're all making it out to be. Maybe the third one's a gimme. You can? Okay. Yes, yeah. Woohoo! Ah, dang it. I need to try to train my brain to try to counter that. Probably would have been enough to blah!
Now my blood boils.
I tried. Okay. Here you go. Only waiting for pokes. Poke me. That's one. Let's count them. See how much we need. Because then we can have a... I parried that so hard! I was even waiting for it! Oh, he's stuck behind the tree and the rock. I don't think that's an exploit we could work with. It's two. Even though he's losing the posture, I'm still counting him just so I can get a estimation. Did I punish that? I should have parried it. The freaking hitbox on that thing is redonkulous. It's not even touching me. Ah! Is this 3? This is my 3rd time doing it. Oh, you. Crap. Four. I didn't press that. Controller, please. Please, you have to mortal draw. I feel like it's slow. I'm not comfortable swinging it around. But... Hey, controller. Can you chill? No. It's like I'm blocking. Oh, what am I doing? I'm not. I think I'm going from blocking to dodging, but somehow it's registering that it's me pressing the buttons for that. Well, I just used that, so let's What's up, Jason? Yeah, I've been doing progressively better, so that's a thing. And I forgot. It took me to the end of last night's stream to even realize that I had 2 attack powers. 2 attack power memories just sitting here that I forgot about. So I was fighting the previous night and the most of last night with 9 attack power, which was fun. A fun realization to have. It's like, oh, I've been handicapping myself. Yay. So we're doing a pinch, just a pinch more damage.
I will restore Ashina
Noticeable
to
since it's
glory.
2. It's not like it was just 1. Ow, man, chill. Don't you shoot me with no arrows, dude. Nom nom nom. Oh, you don't like me healing? I'll heal again. Every time.
Not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Why am I blocking that? Trying to use the rock. Pick and move. Pick and move. Okay, we have a chance to have full health here. Oh god. Ah, god. Oh, there goes our chance. Maybe I switch controllers. Let me hold on. Let me get a new controller. Cause this doesn't work. Okay. New controller. I think I've button mashed the crap out of this this one. Oh, but this is not. This isn't a good sign though. Or can you guys see it? See, it looks like somebody's been chewing on this. That's not a good sign for this one. All I need is for the now I'm playing this with it's plugged into the USB, so it automatically recognizes it as a yeah, controller. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I haven't been kind to you. I don't know what. I feel like my kids. I don't have any pets. How did this happen? But together
Restore Ashina to
we
glory.
can restore Ashina to glory. Okay. Can I get a heal? I could tell that the flap is all rubber's all thrown off. It's kind of distracted me a little bit. Stop. Kill him. I forgot. Oh god, wait, what? You sneaky sucker. Oh, that wasn't a jump. Still doing it. So I'm gonna go back to the old controller since it's not messed up. What is doing it? It's not even easy for me to do my special move. I've rebound the keys. I don't know if you guys can see. I rebound the keys so X relative to this image and Y have to be pressed. So if you guys have a controller nearby, just feel out the the uneasiness. I've gotten used to it over time. But if I'm blocking, specifically blocking, it's nowhere near close enough to attack to all of a sudden just go into a special move attack. I don't understand.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Because it's not even like I'm fat fingering it. I use the tips of my thumb. Except for when I do a special move, I kind of go. I have to put my thumb to the side. What are you doing?
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Now I want to heal and not beat him. Well. This is a stupid issue to be having. Get behind him while he's charging up that attack. Yeah. I mean, if he does a second one, it kind of tracks a little faster than his first one. So I kind of just don't stay too close because the targeting kind of messes with your camera and your input goes a little wonky.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
So like here, just do that. Unless I'm trying to heal. That was on purpose. I was trying for big damage. Like running up to that, he has a chance of tracking me.
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
So I don't risk it. Rock! Oh, you know what it could be? Which is also stupid? It could be that, I feel like I had him... It could be I'm spamming attack too much, and then as I go from spamming attack to blocking, it counts the spam into the next input, if that makes sense. So if I press attack 3 times, but only 2 attacks come out, and then I press block when the 3rd attack is trying to come out, it turns into this, or it turns into. So that's a lesson in not spamming, which I shouldn't be doing at this point because it's just bad practice. Bad practice in a very precision focused game. I should be knowing exactly how many hits I'm dealing out. Okay, at least we know why.
I will restore
At least we know why.
Ashina to glory.
Sometimes while it's stuck in the animation like that, you're like just mashing attack so he does a follow-up attack as fast as possible, as opposed to you having a slight delay. Like I'm spamming it now to get these. I thought I was gonna get 2 attacks in.
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
With all this said, I wouldn't have to worry about it if I'm more aggressive. I'm the aggressor, right? but I'm just more comfortable. He doesn't like this. Sometimes he jumps. Thanks for proving me right, bud. Shasha! Perfect first phase. Eight gourds, 3 pellets, full health. Okay.
Count Sekiro.
Can we keep it together? I don't like the high grass. Say, wait, ho. It's on me. I wonder if it's better to have 2 hits there. I did it! I finally did it! I finally did it! I pressed forward and dodge. Instead of just waiting and trying to press. I wonder if you could press neutral, because I'm always usually pressing back and dodge. Oh, wait. I should probably try wait for that one, but like I said, muscle memory already has me going to the side. Oh god! That didn't even hit me! Okay. Do I try to get this heal off with the pellets? Ah, why am I not blocking? Okay, we still have 6 gourds. This guy's pretty forgiving for heals, so I feel like we got a good opportunity. That one shockwave, though, did not hit me. I don't care what you say. It's so good now. Here, we got our revive back.
Oh, my blood boil. Taste me, Sekiro.
Dang it. I could have blocked that one, I think. Oh no, he's got his spear. I'm blocking though. Stop it. I was about to say he's gonna punish me attacking. That was almost an input read, I feel like. Stop being a coward! Coward, fight me! I also have at least one feather to be able to use. Get over here. I was out of position. I don't like that uneven terrain. No, no, no. Ah, damn it. Run away! Alright, we're full health here. We have Divine Grass. Poke me from that. Why doesn't he poke me from that anymore? Why don't you take me out anymore? Yes! Okay. Oh. I like my positioning there. Plus we got this, so. Run at me and jump. Ah, almost missed that. My posture is horrible. We got him! Okay, lightning. Wait for lightning, jump, and slash at. Okay. Try to remember. He didn't give it! Lightning attacking me. How do I get hit by that? Oh wait, let me try to find the lightning. Where's the lightning? Give me one! He got struck! Crap. Eating Divine Grass. How do I know when I'm gonna get hit by a lightning bolt in the sky? So now, the issue is getting hit now. The issue is figuring out how to get hit. God dang it. This is so dumb. have a resurrection. I dodged. Would he hit me with his robe? Ah, I thought it was gonna be wide.
Hesitation is defeat.
Lightning attack. Give it to me. Give it to me in the air. I guess I could have just tried to fight him straight up there.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
We're feeling more comfortable with the second stock, which is, I guess, good. Consolation. Man.
Not allow Ashina.
He also looks like jump if he has the high ground. Perfect. Come, Sekiro. Nope. I'm out of here. Because I hate carts. Ah, my mission is complete. I shall take this wheel with me. And live on the farm. Live on the farmlands. Oh, the bridge is broken. Me and my wheel are forsaken. Just buying time for him to get over here. Alright, let's go. I tried to counter that one. It was more of a slash than a lunge, so maybe that's why it didn't give it to me. Trying to milk these pellets before I go dipping into my gourds. Like how close you are to this wall here. I got him too close! Ah! I did the wrong thing, but good thing I blocked it. Boom. 8 gourd.
Now my blood boils. Make me second.
I'm trying to. But you got a sword, so I don't know, man. That's what I like. Jump. Excuse me. I parried that so hard. Was I too close? Should probably use Mortal Blade there. I tried. It's probably good I didn't do it because it was a fast recovery. What is going on?
Hesitation is defeat.
I don't know, man. Is it only happening when I'm talking? Because maybe that's it. I hate to be sitting here like ultra focused. But maybe I have to do it in silence. It's like maybe I have to turn off my camera too. Matter of fact, well, let me just go offline.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Woo! That was a test.
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Frickin' spam. Spam. That should be a spam cancel. Can I spam cancel my spam? I'm all like nervous about spamming attacks, but I'm then even more nervous about having an attack come out too slow or late. So I'm go back to spamming. It's like a back and forth.
Restore Ashina to glory.
Jump at me.
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
So the zigzagging is actually a lot more reliable than I originally thought.
Count Sekiro.
Cam Sekiro. And I also thought you would see light in the grass a lot easier where the lightning was going to strike, so then you just wait in it and then jump. But it strikes pretty fast, and if you're still touching the ground, you'll just take the damage. So I feel like I have to... And I don't have any more Divine Grass. Face me. Fight me. If this was a fighting game, that would be such a grapple opportunity. Just grapple. perfect first stock of second stage.
How my blood boils. Haste me, Sekiro.
It's because I didn't do Mortal Blade, probably. All right, here we go. Stop! Not like this. Okay, thanks for not doing anything too crazy. Probably should have went in. See, the double hit for the Mortal Blade, though, is punishable so bad. Jump. No! Okay. I was about to dash, so... That was a lucky heal. I could have had that parried. You're doing so good. Just stay, do the same stuff, man. Don't. I got him so well through this phase, but it's like, what? Alexa, stop.
Interrupting.
Oh my god, the freaking spam punishing. I'm hit. Ho ho! The elevation. Oh god! Oh god! How did I get that parry? Frick. Frickin'. Oh my god. Have to heal. Okay. Jump at me. Damn it, not that jump. Oh no! I jumped! I tried to jump, I didn't jump. Obviously I didn't jump. Just jump in the air. Just jump, man. I tried! Jump straight up. I tried to jump, but I think my reaction time was just too slow there. And I need not to be at a point where I'm basing it off of reaction time, and I need to be a point where it's muscle memory, where I just react instantly. I don't read it. But I'm in a good spot. I'm in a good place.
Bakuro,
All right, Jason. I'll see you. Have a good one.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Glory. We have all the other phases so well. So you can beta. Oh, that was supposed to be the thing, but.
Not allow Ashina to be crushed.
I think it baits the jump. Okay. I think it baits the jump because the game thinks, well, he's not going to dodge forward if he's pressing this button side to side. And then I just neutral parry it. See if it does it. Come on, prove me right. Easy.
Count Sekiro.
It's funny how we're still learning strategies or perfecting the strategies for the lesser phases and stuff. Even though I guess the ultimate strategy is to be full aggro and know how to read, not getting punished, going full aggro. That's the ultimate strategy. Which I'm not. I'm not the ultimate. I'll be the first to admit that. Pretty good. All right. I just want to beat the game. I wonder if I can try to charge that one up. I feel like he'll recover by the time I get it charged. Already? Not the straight up and down? Get off the wall. Oh god, oh god. Perfect second or first stock.
Now my blood boils. Haste me, Sekiro.
Alright, we got this now. I will admit, part of it is recognizing when he's looking down is an easy tell-all kind of strategy, but it's not 100%, but it's close enough. And then hitting him with that, not getting punished out of it. And jump. It's all about perfect spacing for my strategy. Jump, jump, jump. Nope. Why'd I dodge? should have been the. Okay, okay. You not with that? Jump. How are you not? Blah. Ah, of course, I get punished. I buried that. Okay, okay. Ah, he always gets me with that. I feel like he's got to back off because he missed, but then he. Oh, wait. Could that be a strategy to just run off the cliff to get away from him? It didn't work. I jumped. I don't know how you're supposed to use his lightning there against him. Unless he does the straight down attack, in which I don't know how he telegraphs that yet. And I don't know the perfect distance to be away from not get hit by the spear, but to get hit by the lightning, so I can use the lightning against him. Whatever, man. We're getting there consistently though. That's
I will restore
a
us
thing.
to glory.
I wanted to get that last hit to get that. Nope. Blah.
Count Sekiro.
Yeah, Sekiro. Because usually when you fall off the cliff, you get teleported to where you fell off. Here, you get teleported to the middle of the field where you always start. So if he's pressuring me on this bridge, I could just whoop, back off and be like, reset, assuming I don't die from the fall. Of course. I'm back. Where you going? Kind of threw me off there, I'm gonna be honest. See the pellet. Try to reset this. Still have 8 gourds. Wasn't sure what he was gonna do. Oh god! That was bad. That was all me. I should heal. Just top off the. Shoo. Got your toe. It's on me. Bad timing. Dodge those, huh? Dodge this! Off the bridge! Kick him! Kick him off! Kick him off!
Now my blood boils. Haste me, Sekiro.
Alright. Like my back to the bridge. Frick!
Hesitation is defeat.
Do I get a revive? It's like, nope.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
How?
I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
I don't have any more pellets. I used all of the ones in storage. I just realized that. Oh well. I shouldn't be using them. I mean, it'd be nice to have. I guess I could buy them. And then the question is, are they gonna go out of stock if I do that? So maybe just fight this guy over here by the bridge. Because something about different elevations makes him hit me when he really shouldn't on flat surfaces. And then fight the other guy more freeform out and about. Ah! Oh. Interesting. That was an accident, obviously. Five gourds. It's hard to heal here anyway, so it's like...
Oh, my blood boils. Haste me, second.
I don't know how else to hit him out of that. I thought maybe the draw was the key. I didn't go under you? That's fun to know. I was behind the rock. That's not fair. Alright, we're doing this everywhere. Jump in. It's punishable. I don't like it. Oh god! No, no, no. Damn it. Okay, perfect game here. Jump.
Hesitation is defeat.
Hesitation is defeat.
God damn it. What am I need? What do I need? Other than a safety heal. What? Other than a safety heal, what can I do? For a Klondike bar. If I give the lady on the hill the rice, does that do anything? I feel like anything I do anywhere else in the game basically just increases my health. And I already have it leveled up as to give me maximum potency for my heals. Having an extra emblem wouldn't really matter. Recover more vitality. Maybe that can help. Like right before the next phase, as I take a stock, I can get a better heal. But that's 5 and I only have 2. Let me see about giving this old lady. Where is she? Is she here? Or here? Or not there? I want to say she's here. I need to somehow. Oh, I hear a clang of weapons. I never found this kite that the guy was talking about, where he was like, if you go to the bottom, you can get a kite. I thought I'd eventually go down and find that guy, but I never did. I want to say she's on the other side of this building. Oh. Just screw it. Oh, lady, where are you? Actually, I don't know if she's this way. Just passing through. Just passing through on my pilgrimage. I don't think she's here either. Skirt. Senpu Temple. Inner Sanctum. Is that where the chick is? Demon's Bell. Would she buy the Demon's Bell? Libations. This is not the time for libations. What's this? Hall of Illusions. Would there be any reason why I would want to go back to Hall of Illusions? Are there any secrets there? Hey, pellets. I need those. Here, can you tell me anything? Give me any extra tips.
Shinobi of the Divine Air, you are welcome here. Farewell, Shinobi of the Divine Air. May the harvest be plentiful wherever your path may lead.
Thank you. That's probably what I needed, actually. A blessing from the little girl. If I can't find her, I'm just gonna keep it moving. Because what are the odds she gives me a prayer bead? This is where I teleported before. Let's go back, maybe? Robert! I killed your dad. I want to say she's on... If this is... Whatever direction this is, she's on this face of one of these cliffs. Oh my god. Can't be this way. Unless it is?
Okay, it's getting late. How
Alexa.
about 30 more minutes?
Stop. What does that mean? It's 1:30? Can't climb that up. Oh yeah, she was saying something about like something all the way on the other side of there. I never even got to the other side of the face of these cliffs. There's a kite down there. Hey, is she over there? She might be right there. Can I make this jump? I can't. How do I get over there? Huzzah! Nani.
Fruits of the serpent, yes. There are two kinds. One is fresh, the other is dried. It's over there. The fresh one is over there. Over the cliff, through the hole. That's where you'll find it.
Fresh? What are you talking about?
What do you
Something
want about?
troubling you? Rice for me, that's the way. Rice, I say. If something troubles your mind, bless me with rice anytime.
Give
Here's
rice.
some rice.
Oh, there's no doubt. This is the divine child's rice. Oh, thank heavens. Thank heavens.
Tell me, what do you see?
Munch, munch, munch. she fell asleep.
If it's fresh fruit you want, fly a kite. Wind the puppet. Fly a kite. Delicious.
If it's fresh fruit you want, fly a kite. Wind the puppet. Fly a kite.
Wind the puppet.
Wind the puppet. Not sure what she's talking about.
Wind the puppet. So there's the kite. Where is a puppet to wind? Oh! So I can finally kill these things. Isn't there a guy behind here? Yes, there is. Do these guys have their eyes closed? Can I backstab this thing? There is your savior. Ow. Is there a puppet in here to whine? The disrespect. What do I have it set to? Use their blood as a thingamabob. Excuse me. Oops. It's like my attack power is so strong I can afford mistakes. Wind the puppet. Oh god. Just hit him! Wind the puppet. Wind the puppet. Fly a kite. Wind the puppet. Oh wait, was that the guy? Well, let me target him. So maybe this is the puppet. Wind it. Maybe I jump from that tree to that. Wait a minute. It's coming back. I'm pretty sure I needed to stay up there, right? Fly kite. How do I... Can't enter my menu. So put a key, like try to select the key item. Can't slash, can't block, can't dash, can't jump. Can't do gadget. Maybe I have to talk to that guy instead of killing him. Whoops. Where is the closest thingamajig? How do I get in there? Hopefully he's still alive. All right. Sir? Oh, wait. Wait. Maybe it's this. Make him a puppet. That makes sense. Okay, I have to reset this. Oh, God! Turn him into a puppet. Interesting. And then he'll be my servant that'll wind it for me. I wonder how many other puzzles there are like this. Was I supposed to grab onto that though? And is he gonna hold it the whole time? Because he eventually dies, doesn't he? Maybe I'm on a timer to get up there as fast as possible. I'm probably not gonna make it if I am. Or maybe because it's a puzzle, it'll give it to me. Is this the right way? It's not. Let's just assume it's gonna be there. See if this resurrected guy is still alive, though. Interested to see. He's still there. Kite, 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 kite. Yay. We did the puzzle. Whee! Okay, what's this? Snapseed. I know it's down here. Do I do leap of faith towards that branch? I do. Whew. Ah! Oh, thank God. What? Okay, what's in here? A new thing? This is ominous. Don't be a headless dude. If that resets the cut, I guess it doesn't matter if I can teleport here. Sunken Valley Passage. So it's like a back way to the Sunken Valley. Okay. Do I like jump on top of the snake or something? Get like a sneak attack kill? Can I puppet master the snow? Can I puppet master the snake also? Serpent's persimmon-like heart is a great serpent. The great serpent is considered to be a god of the land and the heart is believed to be where one spirit resides. While shaped very similar to a persimmon. So I have a shriveled up one of these. Nice. I tried to take him over, but it didn't let me. So now what? What? I didn't even. Wait, what? Get back here. Give me that scale. So if I go in the past and buy everything from that guy, does he turn himself into a fish? Here. Get back here. I think he's just gonna respawn again. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with the heart, so the fact that I have it, I'm not, I don't know how to feel about it. It's like, yay, I got a heart thing. Why aren't you locking on? Killing this fish. Swim up a little bit. Hide in the grass here. I was under the impression that they respawn. Or not that they respawn. That I know that they respawn. Obviously, he just did, but I was under the impression that they kind of just spawn randomly, but I don't think so. Ugh, I was about to say, why? I'm targeting him. Why am I not swimming towards him? So the question is there extra loot if I kind of investigate around the serpent? I'd have to assume yes. Right? Like, can I... Last one I was at... Still jump down. Without dying. Wait, the snake's gone now. Probably, does it have a centipede inside of it, maybe? I don't think I can survive this fall. And I'm not sure what platform I was on when I was over there. I don't know if I can get back. I jump anyways. Let's try it. Whoa, hook shot! Something! Don't I fall in water? I feel like I'm supposed to fall in water here. I wasn't supposed to be death. What's noticing me? Can I even climb it? Oh, wait. There is this area where the snake was. I got by him by using the feather. Oh wait, why is she there? Well, now I get to find out. Why are you here?
Ah, fruits of the serpent, yes. There are two kinds.
I have them.
One is fresh,
Mm-hmm.
the other is dried. Over there. The dried fruit is over there. Past the poison swamp. Down the nest. That's where you'll find it.
What are you talking about? Dried fruit?
Eh? Something troubling you? Rice for me. That's the way. Rice, I say. If something's not right, bless me with rice anytime. Have any rice?
So I already got the second one. Now I just need to figure out where she randomly spawns to tell me what to do with it. Let's just go here for effect. Ow. Probably shouldn't eat that. I should actually save that for the boss fight.
Here to purchase an offering.
Here to purchase an offering. Let me get all of these. Not sure how much I need. That'd be I need 400.
May the departed rest in peace.
May the departed rest in. Oops. I was about to just run recklessly in here. Wait a minute. So there's two. Leave me alone. So I wonder if I'm hearing a monkey from like outside the cave, or if I have to find the monkey. Find the monkey, do backstab puppet on it. What's the point of this? Hug wall has to be for a reason. Unless I'm supposed to jump in from above? So that's what I have to do. I have to find how to get up there. Okay. Mine the zombie walls. Here. I was like, this place doesn't look the same. So I have to go that way somehow. I feel like I would have noticed the obvious hole. Why? Why are you like boss level? Boss level defense there. Go this way somewhere. Unless giving the rice. Oh, that's the aerial counter. Okay. Interesting. Hey. Ow. Shouldn't you be getting poisoned? I need to go up somehow. Over this or around, more than likely. Did she say anything about... She just said the direction. She didn't say a puzzle. She didn't say any... Like puzzle-like. So we're here. What does here do? Nothing. I guess we just teleport back. Get our rice. Teleport back. Give it to her. She'll say her riddle. Figure it out. Even though I already have the stinking. Or is he still here? I have the heart.
Ah, for one, the over the dry, past the poisons. That's where you.
What are you talking about?
Eh? Rice. If some less. Have any rice?
Have any rice? We'll travel. Inner sanctum. The thing is, I wasn't even trying to find her. I was just trying to find the snake.
Shinobi of the you are.
So I'm welcome
Shinobi
here.
of
I
the
can have
divine
rice.
air. This time the rice grew well. Now, hold out your hand.
Please.
Bless us with bountiful harvest.
I thank you.
Rice is very precious. Please come again, should you want for more.
Thank you.
Farewell, Shinobi of the divine air. May
I
the
feel
harvest be plentiful wherever
like I shouldn't
your
ask
path
twice.
may lead.
This better be worth it. It's a lot of effort. Silicon Valley. This one.
One, the over the dry. That.
What are you?
Eh? Rice.
Eh?
If some less.
Here's
Yeah,
some
rice.
rice.
Oh, there's no doubt. This is the divine child's rice. Oh, thank heavens.
Well,
Alexa,
for 30 minutes.
stop.
Mm. If it's dried fruit you're after, become a trainer of monkeys. Make the monkey dance until be eaten.
Okay, so I have to find the monkey, kill it. He'll eat the monkey, and I'll stab the snake while it's eating the
If
monkey.
it's dried fruit you're after, become a trainer of make.
Okay. Wait, is he gonna follow me the whole way? I see. Can he last that long? I guess he'll last as long as he needs to, since this is a puzzle. Kind of like how that kite flyer did. We'll take this guy with us. Come with me. Is he following? Hey. Come on. Before you expire. Hello? Come on. Damn it. Okay, we have to find the one that we hear in the cave then. Where'd you go? Of course. That should cure me, I feel like. Trainer of monkeys. Trainer of monkesses. Uh-oh. Ow. Okay, okay. Can't say. Ow. Can I not block that? Ow. I can't even get them. Can I jump over the snake? Oh god. Oh god. God dang it! Can I make this jump to here? Which way I'm going? Give me your health. So like loosening its grip or something when I do that? Frickin' feels poisoned. Ow. Oh wait, maybe. Monkeys, do you hear that? I think the monkey's down there. Can I jump down here? I didn't realize I could come here. Okay. Oops. Okay, that was premature. Do I not kill it? Unless I can find that hole in the ceiling, I don't know if I can kill this guy. Should I try to stab him? Ow! Ow! Okay. Nope, can't even touch it. Okay, so I finally got this the way you're supposed to. Now. Sure there's nothing down there. Okay. So now what? I did the monkey thing. Is she still gonna be here though?
If it's to make the monkey dance, I'll...
If it's make.
Is the item? Does the item say anything about what it's supposed to do with it? Also have these masks that cost a lot to get. I don't know what to do with. Safe to assume that you poisonous to someone's health. Can't do anything with key items, looks like. Let's also go. Let's go somewhere else. Let's go here to give this guy to buy his last item with the scale and see if there's any special thing that happens. I was right in front of a hookshot thing. It didn't give it to me. I was like, no, no. No, no. No. Oh. I got scales. Oh, we got another divine grass.
You have the aroma of the divine realm, and you've been so kind to me. Very well. I give this to you now.
Truly precious bait. It's truly precious bait. If bait has hair, you know it's something truly special. The Hirata noble in the pot is obsessed with thoughts of becoming a master. He who receives the scales of the carp becomes closer to the carp itself. I bestow upon you my secret treasure.
Bring it to the great carp of the divine realm. Then you will finally become a carp and bestow upon you my secret treasure.
Okay.
Don't forget to use the bait. I'm waiting, waiting, waiting.
Is he the divine carp? Maybe? Because this is the past. I don't know. Last idol, I guess. It's just the one on the top of the hill. I think that finally closes out anything in this area that I can get. I believe. Travel. Can you go to the divine realm? Or the carp? How do I find that place? This? Okay, yeah. And then this? I don't know if we're beating. I don't know if we're beating the main boss tonight, though. This is a pretty long detour, and then I'll have to retrain myself to start fighting at 100% with the boss. So where do I put the bait? Is the question. Unless it just makes this part easier. Sub-Zaid. You can translate Arabic for me. Sweet. How do I... Is it still here? Oh god. Where do I put the bait? If that's the fish... If I were a spot for bait, I feel like it would be obvious. I have so many scales. Dang it! I have so many scales. So the question is, the dude gonna be waiting for us somewhere here? Are we gonna see a dude in a pot, maybe? Unless, like I said, maybe he is the carp. Then how would he know about it? Where do I place the bait? More scales. Oops. It's a precious bait. I have so much bait. Unless, can I actually equip bait? I cannot. It is a key item? It is. More bait. Headless. Uh-oh. Where is he? Down there. Ow. Ah! See if I get to this first. Prayer bead! Ah! Okay, we got a prayer bead. Got a prayer bead that we were never meant to get because we were clearly supposed to defeat those guys first, but we got it. Pretty sure the other items around there are just if I had to guess, they're probably building items. Oh god. More scales. Ah. So many frickin' scales. Oh, that's not a good one. See if I can get those other items down here. There's two of them here too. Watch this just be like bait. More bait. There has to be a way to defeat these guys, right? If I were a spot to put bait, where would I be? What's this? Can I sneak attack it? Okay, yeah, that's not working. Ow! Quick. Okay. Can we truce? Because I don't think you can get me, right? Truce, man. Something I'm not understanding. Do I have to go to the Divine Realm again? Hold on. In a minute. Hold on. Oops. What did it say? It's gonna come all the way up here. Doesn't really have a reason to. Come on. Yeah. Thanks for following. Not sure how to read that. Maybe that's why I could use some translation. But thanks for following on Facebook. Appreciate it. What is this? Said something about being asleep. Any secrets? Ow. Well, let me try to get the... Ow! I was trying to see if I can absorb through the lightning before, God dang it. Before I hit the ground. Wait. Yeah, the music calmed down. Let's see if it changed what this says. Shrine's maiden sleeps soundly. Alright. Do I wake her? I can ledge hang on these. Retro. Ow. Uh-oh. Wait, where was the carp thing? I thought that led right to here. I'm lost. Unless it was before this building. Yeah, I think it was before this building. Down there. Seeing if anything's there at the base of the waterfall. Oh, this might hurt. Ugh. There's a hole here. It's not swimming out yet. So I kind of have free reign to explore until it does. If I were bait, where... If I were a location for bait, where would I be? Can't see me if I'm in the houses. It has to be something to lure it back out into the lake, and then I do something while it's in the lake. That's what I'm thinking. There it goes. Do I lure it out here with it? No. Probably not. Do. There's something there. What is this? More bait. More bait that I don't know what to do with. Maybe the bait has to do with something about these guys. I maybe make the carp kill these guys. Correct. Right. There's at least 2 more scales I can get here. Wait for him to respawn here. Ooh, didn't even see me coming there, bud. So there's a guy right here. Can I get him from out of the water? Oh yeah, and there's also the bull. I've never messed with the bull. All this stuff has either nothing to do with the final boss or everything. I have to talk to the big fish? How do I talk to it? It wants to kill me. Eh. Stop! Let me kill this guy! Frickin'... Oh, there's 3 of them. Shasha! Saka! There's a big man. Alright. Ow! The water should be taking the brunt of the force of these arrows. Oh, okay, not anymore. It's a big man. My hook shot back up here. Over here, maybe? Was it that guy? That's a big guy. Oh, wait, is that the carp dude? Is that the carp dude from the past? And ring the bell. The difficulty bell? Guess I could teleport here to a convenient spot. There's nowhere to recover if you fall in the water accidentally. Where'd this guy go? Maybe he was the carp dude? No. He disappeared before. He disappeared before I finished giving him all the stuff. Here to nope. Nope. Isn't there a higher one? There are ones that are more higher up. I guess the palace grounds are is the highest one for this area. Ring the bell. Imagine trying to beat the game with the difficulty bell ring. Wait a minute. I just realized these guys didn't.
You beasts. You tricked him all this time. Nobility this, and eternity that. Pretty lies to fool him. Give him back! Father! My father! Give him back!
Because before I came through here, they were all alive. So that's kind of new. Are all these guys dead? There was 2 guys here guarding. Okay. I have to go down this way though. Can I jump across? I don't think I can. How do I even get over there? From that balcony maybe? Oh god, how do I get back up? Gently. Okay. I see hookshots somewhere, but I don't think I want to go there. A hacky sack dude over there. Another guy over there. I think I fell down too far. That's gonna put me right back in the water. Maybe? Actually, no. Coins. Coins. I'm waiting to see a giant fish hook. Waiting to see Maui out this piece. I'm like, okay, that's where I put the bait. Nope. So I thought I could maybe jump this gap, but I don't think so. How close do I get this side before you? Oh, God! Disengage! Does he have like a special beam cannon that can go actually through the ground and stuff? Special beam cannon! Boom. Or a shoop to whoop, rather. He's a fire in his lasers. Okay. This is a way back up. Join me. Oh, sorry. Ow! He's done. Wait, what? Wait, what? Is he following me? I was about to. I couldn't see the glow in his eyes. What the heck just hit me? Oh, that guy down there. Hacky sack guy. These guys are facing this way. Or aren't they facing away? Ow! Wait, where'd this guy go from? Oh, they are kind of giving chase. Oh God! Dang. They're no joke. I should have went in with that guy when I had him. Headless guy's there. Do we need to go rushing them? I'm trying to find a way to avoid them altogether, but... Can I hide behind this? Nope. Die. Ow. Oh wait, that's probably it. This has to be the ticket. Jump all the way across, maybe? I don't know if this is the height. There's even a spot over there to save or rest. I feel like I'm not gonna make it if I try jumping. Unless I can jump on that. Tree branch? Doesn't look like I'm close enough to that either though. Well, only one way to find out. Oh god, I didn't even jump. I can't go there. Uh-oh. Help! A cave. Have I been in here? Get back here! Get back here! Get back. Back here, you elusive beast. Oh, wait, were these guys about to suck my soul? I was wondering what the white lizards do. Oh no, someone else down below me, I think, has an eye on me. Go back where I came from. There's a lot of places. Ouch. The idol? Oh wait, I could get these guys. Ow. Let them fight it out. Sure, why not? What's up, Kone? Aww. Dang it. What's up, Armor? Did I not get that one? Wait, I see the pot. I have to go there. How do I get there? So I could take these guys one by one. Oh, wait, did he lose me? Oh. You're messing with forces you can't possibly comprehend. Backeth, offeth, sureth. Can I make this jump? I don't think so. Everything is just like perfectly out of reach. Unless I ricochet off the wall here. Ah! Unless there's an invisible wall there. I feel like I should be able to carry my momentum sideways. Yeah, I think there's an invisible wall. There's just no way that makes sense. A little bit, take me a little bit forward. One more time. Try to cheese this. Ah, yeah, there's something blocking me. My guess is if I do whatever needs to be done with this area, whether it's the bull or the carp, I get access to that. You jump all the way. There you go. There's a roof already entered. Well, back. A roof. Let's see. Just go higher then? Oh, we can't. Dang it. I feel it feels so within reach. Sure I can't make that jump. Ray! Ah! I don't believe it. Let me not try to kick off the wall and just do a free fall there. One more time. Yeah, definitely invisible. Okay, I believe you now. I just had to confirm it. Hold on, I'm scrolling down. I just need. Let's go back. Let's go back to where I came. This is the epitome of as far back as I can go without further getting confused. Literally here. Oh wait, I didn't want this one. Oh wait, yeah, this one. Because then I could just pop out this way. Invisible wall. Secret passages. Wait, somebody sees me? Seems like a secret way, a little bit. On the roof when they're facing the broken bridge. It's on the roof when you're facing the broken bridge. It's on my left. Am I facing that broken bridge? Oh god, this guy already has his things popped. left. I think I just have to fight these guys. Ow! That's one hell of an arrow. Broken bridge. Facing this broken bridge? Entrance to the left? Or the broken bridge to the left? Can I get a drop down attack on that guy? Probably, right? Am I supposed to fight him? So I went through that cave. I couldn't get to that area. Let's try. Alright, what do I use on this guy? Firecrackers? I don't know. It's not letting me do it! Oh, wait, I got it. Where is he? Ah! Ow! Uppers, help me! Stop! Oh God. Can I beat this guy? I don't think I can beat this guy. Oh, he spawned all the stuff back. Puppy, please. If you want to go to the free ground, go back to the save item, then enter the house. Instead of going your left, go your right. Outside, turn right and back. Okay. Out. Here. Fighting apparition, you should use the umbrella. So divine confetti can defeat enemies. So you have the divine confetti or the umbrella. Okay. Alright, this is the one you're talking about? And then from here we go to that tree. Yep. From here. So can I make this jump? I see it. Wait, what? Ow! I can't even target you. Thanks for the help. Oh God! Can you not? Something feels like this guy's stronger than the other archers I've gone up against. Go straight, as in this way. Anybody hiding? Oh, I got some puppies down here waiting to ambush me. What was that? Heard like a pig noise. Anybody in here? What's up, do you guy snot? Headphones? What? Like a ninja. I feel like that's the carp dude. It has to be. It's me, remember? Has to be him, right? He's not fighting me. Yay. Hey, man.
Master, I call it. Feed it. The bell must be wrong.
Truly precious bait. Okay. What happens now?
Master, he will be joyous, happy. He will be rewarded.
Okay. But do I keep giving him? Do I keep giving him all the bait that I have? No, you sit down. Feed all of them. Look at. I started with the good stuff though. I didn't start with the precious bait. I started with the truly precious. So I feel like this is my opportunity to give him all the other ones.
Must in moderation.
Oh, don't we have to wait?
Moderation.
So is there like a universal timer where I have to come back? Or can I rest maybe? Yep. Open.
Master. Master.
Dude, thanks for liking the stream. Do nothing. Stab him in the back. Master! Yeah, I just fed him the true precious bait. Rest and go back again. Just for a good measure. Nothing. Is he dead? Does the true precious bait kill him? Trying to see what this is about. It's like Dark Souls, but ninjas, monsters, looking for their masters. I think we go looking for them. Your boy is looking for you. Is it straight down here? Is it around the corner? Oh, definitely not there. I feel like the truly precious bait killed him or something. I get to just loot his body now. Should probably look up before just swimming around all willy-nilly. I gave him the truly precious first. I just assumed that all the precious bait that I've been getting is just like bait. I mean bait, as in it's not the real deal. So I gave him the real deal stuff first. Wait, what did I just get? I was not paying attention. Legitimately not paying attention. Was it a prayer bead? No. What did I just get? And if he's dead, where's his body? Unless that was where it was because he died there. Master. Psychovilli. He would have given me lots of scales. Well, I bought everything from the guy. The Sunken Valley? Or Hirata Castle in the past? do, 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 do. Sunken Valley. To where? What are you talking about here? really? Oops, why did I do that? So that's one thing about this game. It encourages you to explore aimlessly to find the things. Like finding the old lady that gives you the tips about the snake. It's like, what? Now a carp's carcass that's in the ape valley? Like, why? I'm sorry, I thought I was being friendly. Whisker. Precious white whisker taken from the great colored carp. While the great carp is naturally immortal, if killed, its whiskers can be plucked. The sound of the whisker being removed is surely music to the ears of certain people. Some could feel relief at the sound of their mission being completed, others the joy of having their heart desires granted. Now I go back to the guy in the pot. Because I also have eyeballs. I'm guessing that's a part of his whole... Is he just going to walk around with the eyeballs and the scales and then this one whisker and then the guy's going to be like, oh, master! Master, you're back. You have legs now. And you can walk on land and you're so much smaller. Oh, what happened? Is that him? Good. Has... Oh, is this the thing that gives me the shield for the... Hey.
Too small. Too small. Give me more scales.
Oh god. Oh, I can finish the mask. Oh yeah. I needed those scales. I'm gonna be one short. Oh wait, no, I can buy two of these, so I'm gonna be 7 short? Dang. It's a shame. Is there any way to get them back?
Ooh, scales. More scales.
Dancing Dragon Mask. A dragon head dancing mask made whole by pieces of fragments back together grants the ability to exchange skill points for attack power in the sculptor's idle menu. Really? Coming warrior then wears list. Interesting.
Give me more support. Too small, too small. Give me more scales.
Dang it. So the question now is, where do I get the scales if I kill the fish prematurely? Or am I just screwed? I'm supposed to take the... Wait. I was wondering, I was like, wait a minute, you didn't take the whisker. But there has to be a second phase of him if you buying everything from that guy too, right? I'd assume. Is it this one? Yo, dude, give me like 7 scales. I know you got them.
Master! Master!
Great whisker. You alright? Uh-oh. Give me seven skills. Dang it. So I have both the snake hearts, but I don't know where to go to next. And I don't want to just kind of wander around aimlessly. I mean, I guess I could look it up on my own, but you seem to be well informed. So I wonder if I can farm this lake for the scales? I think so. I think I'm just screwed. Screwed the pooch. So these guys down here too, do I have to defeat these guys? Do I have to defeat these guys with Divine Confetti on my sword first? Because I can't use the shield in the water. I feel like if the fish gives you scales, you should have pretty for the divine or the bait. If you kill him right away, you should just get all the bait that you would have gotten slowly. That's what I think personally. The divine child, okay. It's nice to be dilapidated. I'll take down the real head. Oh, wait. What happened? He killed himself? What happened here?
You've been through so much, Father. Though it may not be for eternity, my sister and I will always be with you. So please, Father, rest now.
This is the chick that was stabbing everybody up in that tower? Or in that... I'll take that. Ah! Oh, it's 3. That's almost halfway to 7. Hey, where is... I know you just lost your father and all, it's very sad. Where are more scales exactly? Where can I find scales, miss? Divine child. Here? How many nope can I nope. What now do? It's just gonna take me to that one place. 6 max lapis. That's on the 4 is when you play the second game. Talk to the Divine Girl. What is this? It's a monk that actually isn't attacking me.
Why have you returned? As
No,
you
no.
do not have any missions to complete here, I ask that you leave quietly.
Tell me how to leave. Unless he has fish scales. I wouldn't call that snorting. I would call that breathing.
Shinobi of the Divine Air, I awaited your return.
So,
Please take this rice.
Thank you.
Bless us with bountiful harvest.
thank you
You
for
have my
the
gratitude.
Of course,
food.
rice is a precious thing. Remember to chew properly before swallowing.
Okay.
Thank you for visiting.
Have these snake hearts.
Shinobi of the Divine Air, I awaited your return. Thank you for visiting.
Oh, eat and rest. Okay. There's a lot of stuff to do. Rice. A lot of steps that I wouldn't understand how to figure out otherwise, being told. You alright? Is the rice her soul?
I'm glad you've come, Shinobi of the Divine Air.
What's wrong?
It is nothing serious. More importantly, your rice.
Hold on. You don't look well. Rest.
Yes, I understand.
What can I do?
What?
Is there something I can get you?
Well, then I'd like to eat a persimmon.
All right.
I am sorry. I am unable.
Try to sleep. I'll find a persimmon.
Yes.
Oh, so the snake hearts don't count as... Where do I... So I'm tempted to just turn my 2 skill points here into attack power. How much does it cost? Oh, not enough. How many do you need, I wonder? Okay. Persimmon. I've never come across it. That I know of. Hold on. I think I might know a guy. Is she in a castle? Outskirts? I can't go there. Why not? That guy, rip that guy, the informant guy that was there, unless he's somewhere else. So it's 3:30 in the morning. I've almost been streaming for 4 hours. I probably should call it, but I'm trying to get to a good stop point. There's a mob that sells it at this temple. Where is the guy that sells stuff? I don't recall. Sunken Valley Cavern. That's the way to kill the snake. Temple grounds. Remember the only two people I remember talking to is the old lady and the guy that's crying because he needs a flower. Is that the guy I give it to? Flower guy? If I give the guy the flower, does he give me persimmon? I don't even know what persimmon is. What's a persimmon? This guy. Even though whenever I talk to him, it just says do nothing.
They left me all alone, and I have to find the pure white flower. Where could it...
Oh, pinwheel. Okay.
Is this the pure white flower?
That's... Oh, I remember now. Everyone. They are children of the rejuvenating waters. And I remember I tried to find a pure white pinwheel. A pinwheel for that child. Hey, can I ask a favor?
What?
Could you spirit me away?
I don't follow.
I know about you. You're a shinobi, right? Those monks say. Shinobi can spirit people away. Make them disappear.
Try to hide under the text.
Never there.
Why do you want that?
Well, I'm sure that everyone will be wherever I disappear to. And then I'll get to see them. I'm in charge of looking after the children, after all. You can do that, right?
All right.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm ready, but also a little frightened. But yes, do it.
Is he asking me to kill him?
All right then. Okay. I'll go ahead and do it right now.
Need the divine abduction in order to teleport him once you already have the white and red. I guess I don't have it. Is it a ninjutsu? Because yeah, I don't have it. So much. Okay, what else? We'll just leave him here. He'll just be waiting forever. But you said Shukendo? Ugh. That's a prosthetic. Okay. Here. Go that way? Oh, there's enemies that way. What's on this side? Teleport. Wait. The feathers, maybe? Maybe a leveled up version, or is it a brand new one that I haven't got yet? Probably a brand new one. Because I think I am missing like one. Now that I think about it. Can I go this way? Dude, chill. Okay, never been to this guy.
Here to purchase it.
Another one.
You find the
See.
departed. You'll find the memorial.
That's how you know it's my first time where he says, another one. Person. So wait. Am I about to trick her into eating the snake's heart? How much does it even cost? 30? Let's buy both.
Where you find the departed, you'll find the memorial mob, wherever your travels take you.
Wait, actually, let me buy as much as I can. Because it's like, why? I mean, as far as these goes, I guess I could buy these for the gadgets, but I don't know what I need. Because I'm probably going to die a couple times.
Where the departed resting.
So I can save that. Now. Now we go here. Travel to here. Give it to her.
You've come to visit Shinobi of the Divine Air.
Yes.
I
Give it.
found a persimmon.
Truly? You brought me a persimmon.
Eat.
Yes. Thank you. It's sweet and delicious.
Good.
Shinobi, hold out your hand.
But.
No need to hesitate.
But? I'm gonna hold out my
your
butt
hand.
instead.
All right.
A bountiful harvest for you. I thank you,
Rice.
Shinobi of the Divine Air. The crop is plentiful, thanks to the persimmon you gave me. I ask that you also give some to the Divine Heir of the Dragon's heritage.
I will.
So I can't. Because he's trapped in a cutscene.
Shinobi of the you are welcome here.
Give another. Wait, let me see. Make sure I can carry more than one
Farewell,
of whatever
Shinoda
she gave me. Otherwise, it'd be a waste. She gave me. Was it a key item? Yeah, key item. I can only carry one of these. Unless one of it's gonna go into storage, I guess. I can't though. I can't take it unless it interferes with the final boss fight. I don't think that happened. I don't think that works. I think I missed my opportunity to do it. Otherwise, it's gonna be real awkward. So like Jinichiro, chill. I'm gonna give my man some rice real quick. Is that his name, Jinichiro? I forget it. Before Kuro, come here. I think I see him. Hey, come over here. I got some rice. I think this will heal your wounds. I haven't finished this.
Restore Ashina to glory. I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
So as you can see, I'm working on it. Ah! Blah. Hopefully my pellet keeps working during this cutscene, because, okay. And I'm gonna try to use less pellets, because I was kind of just going straight through. Yeah, I feel like I missed out on something. Do I miss out like on a whole prosthetic or something? Because maybe that's where I get it. Oh well. Ah. Oh, hola. Ow. Ow.
Now my blood boil. Haste me, Sekiro.
How do you lock him out of being able to pull this out? This is where I have trouble. He's healing up his... I parried too early. I parried that. I mean, obviously I didn't, but still. That's close enough. Oh, how did that not hit me? Jump in. So close. I parried. I parried that. Okay, but I feel actually a little bit. I'm actually better about this. I feel good. That nice long break that we took, going off on our little misadventures, I feel like cleared my head.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Oops. Ow. That reset me. Oh, my hands are all sweaty. Sweaty hands. Yeah, I guess I didn't play this as a true completionist. I played it as in, where's the next objective? And just try to do extra stuff along the way.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Maybe farm for skill points.
Not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Jump. Blah.
Count Sekiro.
Ka Sekiro. Come over here to the flat terrain without the obscured, uneven ground level or high grass. Ah. Screw this. We're taking the revive. Oh, that would have been funny if he would have fell. Oh my god. Why did I hesitate? Ah! Like he says, hesitation is death. Oh god! Get up, Sekiro! Blah. Okay.
Now my blood boil. Haste me, Sekiro.
Dang it. Thought I had him. Alright. He wasn't even phased. What? Jump. Jump. I finally did the thing! I parried that! Okay, this has got to be it. Excuse me? Excuse me.
Do it! Well
Done. Sekiro, farewell.
I did it. Nice. The battle memory of extraordinary foe lingering in the mind of the wolf commune with the sculptural idol above it that speak as they should. Put himself daily conflict, pursue his strength, single-minded killing machine of a man. Until he met me. Oh, I got the dragon flash. Is that the thing that he does where... Thanks, Elon. Appreciate it. Thanks for the stars. That was a tough one. I'm surprised I was able to take as much of it. Like I said, we went off on a whole tangent, and then we came back and whooped his ass. Is he gonna get up? I don't like when their bodies don't evaporate. Don't talk to him? Go to the divine child first? Can I? This feels wrong. I would have definitely talked to him first. The ending would trigger if I talked to him. I mean, I guess that makes sense. And I would have to wait for, like, what, New Game Plus to do everything I missed.
Shinobi of the Divine Air, you are welcome here.
I don't think... Yeah, I think I missed my opportunity. Do I just give her another one?
I've brought a persimmon.
Oh my.
Eat it.
Yes, I will.
Making rice is hard work,
There's
so...
nothing quite like a persimmon.
Where's she
Nothing
getting
is
rice?
So delicious.
I see.
Give her the snake hearts.
I apologize. Shinobi of the Divine Air, the rice is not yet ready for harvest. I shall give you more when the harvest is complete. Farewell, Shinobi of the Divine Air. May the harvest be plentiful wherever your path may lead.
I guess we get the bad end. We get bad end since I didn't do everything. All the little ins and outs. It's alright. We did it. I don't think... Oh. I mean, I'll try it just to... Because I don't see... This game is like... It's gonna give me some PTSD. I'm gonna be afraid to come back to it for a round 2. For if I have any... If I have any... If it has DLC... If there's a part 2 coming out, so then as a streamer, I'm kind of obligated to play through it a second time to be like, yeah, round 2's coming, so I gotta play this again. Those are probably the next times I'm gonna play this. All 3 endings. Oh my god. There are 3 endings. I have to fight that dude 3 more times? Or 2 more times?
You are welcome here.
Do I ask for rice again?
Shinobi of the divine air. This time the rice grew well. Now, hold out your hand.
Please.
Bless us with bountiful harvest.
I thank you.
Rice, please come again, should you want for more.
Do I
Farewell,
just keep eating it? Hey kid, watch me eat. Watch me eat your rice. And come back for more. Nom. It's like, man, this Shinobi is like has none of the chill. And then New Game Plus, he gets harder every time, right? Or at least hits harder. I don't have an extra persimmon.
Oh, Shinobi of the divine air.
4 endings. This is why people want to cheat in this game. This is why people are justifying an easy mode.
I apologize. Shinobi of the divine air. The rice is I shall give you. Thank you for visiting.
Do I have to go back to that guy to get another persimmons? Persimmons. No, that's Sunken Valley Temple. Shinjuku. It's not From Software roll. If it's not frustrating, it's not worth it.
Care to purchase him?
Let me get. No! I think I gave. I gave her the persimmon and she ate it. Now what? I was supposed to wait for her to get tired, I think. Unless I was supposed to rest again.
Departed, rest in peace.
Oh well. Let's see what happens. Do we ever find out what happened to the sculptor? Do I have to fight him? Do I have to fight everybody? I probably have to fight everybody.
Shinobi of the divine air. I awaited your return.
Because I may have had a peek at the boss list, and it looked like it included the guy. I don't know his name. The lead, the head guy of the Ashina place.
I apologize. The right I shall. Thank you.
And then it even included the doctor lady, I think. Maybe if I attack them, but usually if I'm around them, it forces me to put my sword away, so I'm not sure how that works. I guess we just gotta end it. We tried. Unless there's like a in-game timer that I have to wait for her to get that rice ready. I know about rice. I know my rice. My mom's from the Philippines. We eat rice with everything. My children eat rice with everything. It's hard work. Rice field tending to a rice field is hard work, and then it should only take about like 10 minutes. 10 minutes to cook rice. I would be surprised if you have to wait legit like 10 minutes. 10, 15 minutes. Let's just end it.
Wolf, where are you?
Dragon's Tears?
I am at your side. Take the dragon tears.
My sworn shinobi. Now. Sever these ties of immortality.
Is that me? Am I the sculptor? We're in a loop?
I think it is best that you have this. No doubt, the day will come. When a shinobi arrives seeking strength.
Dun, dun, dun. We're in a paradox loop. Maybe, I don't know. Or our history is really strict and it's repeating itself in this place. We did it! Yay! You're Filipino too? Well, I said my mom. My mom's from the Philippines, Mindanao. Hailing from Butuan City. And then that makes me half Filipino, and my wife's actually African American. So my kids are a quarter. No, wait. Yeah, quarter. Well, School Sculptor became the beast that you need to kill. You fight him at the place where you fought the first boss. Not the butterfly. It's the first boss. Technically, if you really want to think of the first boss is in that field where you get your arm cut off. Is it? I don't know. No. You rescue the kid. Yeah, let's try to think. You're in the well. You get the note from the lady. You rescue the kid. You and the kid. That's where you get your arm cut off. Then we're talking about the horse guy? Yeah, Philam. Philam. I'm Philam. Man with the horse. Okay, the battlefield. So he's there. That's where he was. He would be. But the weird thing is, I was trying to go back to a vendor, the informer vendor. So I was trying to teleport back into the outskirts. Oh wait, that's part of the outskirts. Or no, was it? So do I have to fight my way through that little plaza, the steps, and make my way to the gate, open it to the guy? Kuyunbu. Sorry for anybody who get skipped in the credits there. Just now you may have access in the large sculpture idol in the adopted temple at any time. playthrough number 2? What if I say no? No. I'm going to live as a sculptor in peace. Me and my sculpting. So when is this? I did kill this guy. Or I should say, put him to rest. I thought I was going to have to fight him. Still not sure why that's glowing, but it says it's empty. I don't think it usually goes. You don't start making inputs yet. Let us explore. Technically though, the ties of whatever it should be. See, I can't get there. And I can't go this way to manually get there. Ashina, unless I have to go, if I can't do it from Ashina outskirts, I assume I have to go backwards from here. But there's a lot of fighting going on around me, so it might not be easy like the cakewalk as I would like. The gate looks like it's on fire. Oh god, there's a guy with a cannon! Ow. Don't you shoot it! Ah! Ow, my body. Not very vigilant. You're mine! Now burn them! Burn them to the ground! I could take these guys, I could take them. Sorry for that guy. I was about to say, if he comes over here burning me. That's a sweet ally to have. Pretty sweet. Anybody else to burn? We're two boss. Can you burn down?
You're Shinobi, right?
I'm sorry, you mean?
You're Shinobi, right?
Yes.
Please reinforce the men in the castle grounds. They're on the verge of defeat.
Maybe I have to. To earn the right to fight
My gratitude.
the guy.
Climb that mud wall to get to the roof. There should be a shinobi kite there. Forget about me. Help our men in the castle grounds. Please, for Ashina.
Mud wall? For Ashina. See, only if that one guy would see me working hard. Oh wait, I reinforced the wrong guy. This guy's stronger. I think he's stronger. Yeah, we did it. What did you say? Something about a mud wall where there's a kite? I think I see it. So who do I get? I feel like I get the guy with the red eyes. Oh, I could have got him backstab. Hey, man. Ow. Ow. Blah. Okay. Kite. Where is Fortu Kite? Wait. What? Have to go around? Do 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 do. We beat the game. So I go like down there and around, I'm guessing. Oh, I couldn't take him over. I'm out of emblems. Where's the guys? There's gotta be more of them. Where's the monk? Do I rest here? Sure, why not? Does that give me this, the ability to teleport to this one now? Looks like the kite is being strung up somewhere over here. Oh wait, they rebuilt the bridge. That's not the way back to that. I'm trying to get over there. So don't tell me I have to go across that bridge and then go through the entire area again? Where was that kite? Oh wait, it's over there. Oh, was I supposed to be able to use the kite to hookshot over here or something? I don't know. I think my first assumption is correct though. I have to...
You're part of the reinforcement force, right? Please.
Maybe.
Please hurry. The castle outskirts are in bad shape. Damn Ministry forces. They've taken up the Serpent Valley and raised a bridge.
Oh, I'm getting all their stuff.
Save Ashina.
If you stop talking, I can maybe help.
Ashina.
They're all dead now. Do you not see? Do you not notice their souls coming to me? Oh, let me have another conversation.
Ahead, the Interior Ministry Ashina.
Can I just go around them? Can they not get up here? Because last time they couldn't get up here. Oh God. Big guy with a big sword. Probably have to fight him too, or can I go around him? Does that guy have a rifle? Looks like he has a sniper. You're my gunner now. That was accident. Ah, your bullets! Oh, we're in the face.
I don't know that one.
I didn't talk to you. Let me get my heal. Okay, I have 3 skill points now. Me wonders. I see this guy here. Let's see if I can get into these. Nope. Who's ringing the alarms? Oh, that guy. You hush up. See, that's a guy I've never been too keen on fighting. Oh God. Oh, there's 2 of them. Am I poisoned? I can't see him! Blah. You know who I just got finished fighting? Oh no, they tore down the tree. Oh, never mind. Yeah, I'm more interested in seeing the sculptor. Why? Why would I hookshot there? Then fighting a little bat mini boss with no lore attached. The real question is the oh God, this place is crawling with little guys. Is the vendor still here? I hear the crows.
Dare to purchase an offer.
You are dedicated. Anything I should purchase here? No, maybe these.
May the departed resting.
May the departed resting. That was an accident. I think I barely saw a hint of red, so I was like, oh god. Can I? Oh, the bushes. Can I sneak attack this guy? Probably, right? I saw a hint of red, so I was like, let me attack as I turn this corner, assuming I don't fall to my death. Since I have positioning here, I think I'm going to try to get that guy. Or maybe not. He's walking too far away. I don't feel like waiting for him to come all the way back up here. Oh wait, here he comes. Just because. Oh! What the heck is that? Just because I have advantage. Because the other guy, he probably has 2 stock, doesn't he? The big guy burning, spitting fire. The question is, will this guy see me before this guy? And then alert this guy? Die! Oh, I could turn you on my team. Welcome to the party, pal. Oh! Oh god, what's all this? Oh, is this the beast? Those are his claw marks. Oh no! What? I was about to say, oh no, I lost him as my pet because I'm resting. Let's see, does 3 cost? Is 3 enough? Not enough. I wonder how much it costs. You're just as bad as the Ishin dude. Demon of Hatred. Is this what he was talking about where he says there's not enough idols he can carve? For his redemption. The sun's getting low, guy. The sun's setting. It's like the Hulk, right? The real question is this guy harder than, oh my god. Hey look, they rebuilt the towers from when the bull. Okay, I've seen 2 moves thus far. It makes 3. There's fireballs. Oh god. And he comes down. Can I attack now? Can I parry him? Probably, right? Does he take posture damage? Ouch. Ow. I wonder if I can McCurry counter that. Ow! It's harder than Saint Lord Edition. Okay. That's my cue to call it a night. Look at his mangled arm. I die here. It is 4:30 in the morning. Been streaming for almost 5 hours. Appreciate you guys, though. Hopefully I can teleport out of here. Jeez. And it looks like this might be the end of the line, unless it lets me go right back into the plaza to for where I came from. Let me, what am I doing? I want to give you guys some music to jam to. Roll the credits. For everyone showing support, appreciate you guys. All the likes, follows. Is it Selimar? I don't think I even figured out. Can't appreciate you enough for the help. But yeah. Finally, we beat Lord Ishin. We did it. I wasn't sure if we were going to do it, especially when we went off on that tangent for side questing stuff. I was like, oh man, there's no way. But we did it. Took us a little while, made this stream super long, but we did it. And we can take a break from it. I've played this game for the past 12 streams in a row. This is part 12 in a series of 2.5 to 4 hour plus streams. And I was scared to take a break because I always felt like I was never going to be as good as I am right now. And if I took a break, I'd come back and have to relearn and reacclimate and get all the muscle memory back. So I just kept playing. And then next thing you know, we're on the last boss on it. I was like, I gotta just keep doing it. And we finally made it through. We could take a break for tomorrow. I usually stream Monday through Thursday, so this Thursday is going to be our break day. I'm thinking about Katana Zero. I know it's like I've been super saturating my content with all this samurai and ninja stuff, but it's a fun-looking little game by Devolver Digital that comes out actually today being Thursday, and I might pick it up and play it. Hopefully it'll be a lot more chill. Otherwise I might play something completely different like Oxygen Not Included. It's like kind of a base building game that had a recent update. Maybe even go back to Satisfactory. That's what I played before Sekiro. But we'll see. Once again, I appreciate you guys. Have a good weekend. If I don't see you tomorrow, if I don't see you during the weekend, I think I'm going to be pretty busy. Got family stuff, so I'm out. Peace.